looks like some kind of artwork. I like that. Waves captured in winter. Splashes of white and gold shine amid a blend of cool, flowing blues and browns in this evocative abstract painting of Ospington Mills in Dorset. That's really nice. Through a carefully considered toppings, and these tasty sweet and savoury combinations will prove hard to resist. Looks nice. So that one is smoked salmon and horseradish wheel. I think that's the smoked salmon, and then there's some kind of dip in the middle. And I guess these are like bread twisty things to dip. Looks nice. And over here we've got chocolate and peanut butter rolls. Ooh. I haven't seen those before. Makes 500 grams of bread flour plus extra for dusting, 7 grams of dried fast action yeast, 50 grams of softened butter, 260 ml of warm milk plus extra for brushing, 125 grams of peanut butter. I love peanut butter. I could eat it out of the jar with a spoon. 150 ml of double cream, 50 grams of milk, cooking chocolate broken into pieces. Let's read it. Place the bread flour into a pinch of sea salt. Oh no, and a pinch of sea salt in a large mixing bowl and make a well in the middle of the flour. Dip in the yeast and add the butter. Pour the warm milk into the well, then mix in a figure of 8 motion until the mixture comes together into a dough. Knead for 5 minutes. A little milk may need to be added if the dough is too dry, or a little flour if the dough is too sticky to knead. Place the dough in a clean, large bowl and cover with an airtight wrap. Leave to stand in a warm place for 1 hour until doubled in size. Line the oven tray with baking paper and separate the dough into 20 equal pieces on a clean work surface dusted with flour. Take a piece at a time and roll into a sausage shape, then flatten the established Suffolk family who had owned land in the area since at least the early 14th century. Sackford rose to become master of the court of requests of Queen Elizabeth I. He created a foundation to benefit the town, which included an endowed school, a library, a hospital and almshouses. He presented Woodbridge with Shire Hall, a handsome building which is currently the town council's offices, and he was responsible for financing the extension of the flint and limestone St. Mary's Church, where his tomb can be found. And then there's a mill, Tide Mill. Tide Mill is situated along a pale sky, powered by the rise and fall of the tidal waters. The majestic 16¼ feet diameter English oak water wheel and heavy millstones turn to grind the grain. This is one of only a few tidal mills in the world. There it is. Which produce flour on a regular basis. Woodbridge Tide Mill was first mentioned in 1170, but it is thought that there may have been one here earlier. Initially owned by a local lord, Baldwin de Ufford, it passed to the monks of Woodbridge Priory. They operated the mill for 350 years before Henry VIII confiscated it. It remained in royal hands for 28 years until Elizabeth I sold it to Thomas Sackford. His family retained it for another 100 years. In 1793, a new mill was built on the site. This remained operational until 1957, when the water wheel broke and dropped into the mill race, badly damaging the structure. But it sounds like it was saved in 1968, and it still exists as a mill now. Around the town, Quay Street leads to the centre of town with a distinctive purple painted inn, the Anchor, on the corner. I think that's it. Yeah, there. An 18th century hostelry, at one time frequented by merchants, it has retained its ancient beamed walls and authentic uneven tiled floors. A roaring fire in winter makes it a cosy venue after a windswept walk along the river. At the top of the road is the partly pedestrianised thoroughfare. This busy high street is lined with independent businesses housed in characterful buildings, 70 of which are listed. There are art galleries, an independent bookshop, a lodge, home furnishing store and an antiques shop. Its shelves crammed with colourful glassware and china, and larger rustic items such as milk churns and old enamelled signs. The popular Suffolk bakery, Twin Oak 2 Magpies, opened here in 2022, offering sourdough loaves and tempting patisserie, while Honey and Harvey serves coffee roasted in Suffolk alongside hearty breakfasts and lunches. The library, which can be found just behind the thoroughfare, is open 7 days a week and houses the tourist office with useful maps detailing interesting walks. Church Street and New Street run parallel to one another, each making an attractive approach towards St. Mary's Church, Shire Hall and Market Hill. New Street was built to relieve Church Street some 450 years ago. That's lovely. is Sutton Hoo, a small country estate with a nationally important treasure at its heart. Here, in 1939, the undisturbed burial ship of an Anglo-Saxon warrior king was found, surrounded by a cache of jewelled ornaments, textiles, weaponry, and a full-face helmet, which has become an iconic symbol of the era. The discovery was made after the owner of the 500-acre estate, Edith Pretty, daughter of a wealthy industrialist with a keen interest in archaeology, bought the property with her husband, Frank. Edith was curious to know what lay beneath the strange mounds she could see from the windows of her home, Tranmere House. She paid for the earthworks to be excavated privately by Basil Brown, a Suffolk native and self-taught archaeologist who worked for Ipswich Museum. The first excavations were made in the summer of 1938, and the following year Brown uncovered the largest mound. The imprint of a vast ship was revealed in the sandy soil. In the centre lay a burial chamber crammed with the possessions of a clearly important man. Coins in the hoard place the burial at circa 625 AD, and although the human remains had dissolved along with the wooden structure of the 88.5-foot long ship, historians believe the memorial belonged to King Radweld of East Anglia, part of a royal dynasty called the Woofingers. The Sutton Hoo estate contains a total of 18 burial mounds and is thought to be a cemetery for King Radwald and his descendants. It's often described as England's Valley of Kings. The Horseman's Mound contained the remains of a young warrior and his horse, but the others had been looted mainly during Tudor times. The unexpectedly fine craftsmanship and sophistication of the contents of the hoards changed archaeologists' and historians' view of the Anglo-Saxon era and revealed previously unknown travel and trading links. Although the unassuming Brown uncovered what is now regarded as the most important Anglo-Saxon burial site in the country and the richest in Europe, professional archaeologists were brought in to complete the excavation. The story was told in The Dig, a novel by John Preston, with a 2021 film adaptation, some of which was filmed locally. I saw that, it was a really great movie. Edith Pretty was declared as the owner of the hoard by an official treasure trove inquest, but she gifted it to the nation. It is held in the British Museum. The famous helmet broke into more than 100 fragments when the burial chamber collapsed, but it was painstakingly restored. A replica is on show at Sutton Hoo, owned by the National Trust, and open at weekends in the winter. A 55.5-foot high viewing tower allows visitors to look down on the eerie beauty of the burial ground, with sweeping views across the Deben Valley. Edith Pretty's former home is open to the public, along with a visitor centre, shop and cafe. You know, I really would like to visit that. I think maybe I'll see if I can do it this year. Oh, that's lovely. shall see you again very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody, this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to take a look at this vintage landscape magazine. Well, not quite so vintage. This is March 2021, so a few years old, but we'll call it vintage anyway. looks like the owners are these two people here. They've lived here for more than 40 years, creating a garden in harmony with the setting. Spring enchantment. The stars of spring begin to unfurl in March as meadows Is that sweet or savoury? Serves 4 slices of white bread, 50 grams of butter, 50 grams of dried fruits such as raisins, blueberries and cherries, 50 grams of mixed nuts, slightly crushed, 2 eggs, 100 ml of milk, 1 tablespoon of honey plus extra to drizzle, sea salt, icing sugar for dusting, and a 20 these crystal clear springs. Bakewell was founded beside one of these, its first recorded name. Badaconwylia means Badaca's well. This is an Anglo-Saxon name, and Badaca may have been one of the Sutton tribe who moved into the area in the 6th century and from whom the Peak District takes its name. this is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and I wanted to take a second look at this lovely landscape magazine. So we were up to this section. I wanted to have a read of this article. It is Jane Austen's Countryside. understood the young couple were smitten, but his relatives whisked him away to Ireland to prevent a fledgling romance, simply because neither of them had any money. A marriage proposal soon followed when the heir of Manydown Park, Harris Big Withers, strange name, asked for her hand in marriage. Jane did accept, only to change her mind the next morning. She turned her back on all the material advantages of marrying a wealthy man because she did not love him. There are suggestions she had a further short-lived romance, but the young man who died shortly after their relationship ended is never named. Jane had a special talent for capturing the often painful rituals of courting, coupled with her observations of rural life, which made for inspired storytelling. The countryside was where Jane was at her happiest. Then, when she was 26, her father retired and the family moved to Bath. Jane's sadness and displeasure at this urban location and its society is well documented in her letters. After her father died suddenly in 1805, she, her mother and sister Cassandra moved back to Hampshire to a cottage in Jordan. Here, settled back in her beloved countryside, she was able to put the finishing touches to Mansfield Park and Emma, as well as work on Northanger Abbey and Persuasion. Jane's books live on as some of our most cherished literary works and are regularly adapted and dramatised for film and television. On screen, the beautiful houses that have stood in for Mr. Darcy's Pemberley estate, including the 1,300-acre Lyme Park in Cheshire and Renishaw Hall and Chatsworth House, both in Derbyshire. The county of Lincolnshire has featured heavily in adaptations, with the elegant market town of Stamford standing in as Meryton, while Belton House and Burley House were each portrayed as Rosings, the scene of Darcy's first rejected proposal to Elizabeth. Steventon today is the same quiet village Jane would have known, and though the rectory is no longer there, in the field where it used to be stands the lime tree planted by her brother James. The church of St. Nicholas, where Jane's father was rector, is open to visitors. Manydown Park was demolished in 1965, but there remains a picture of it etched on a window in the church of Wootton St. Lawrence, which also houses a memorial to would-be Mr. Austen Harris Big Withers. The impressive Tudor house where Jane attended balls is open to visitors throughout the year. To get up close to the variety of period costumes used in the various adaptations of Pride and Prejudice, visit Jane's former home in Chorlton, now a museum, then follow in Jane's footsteps on a circular walk from here to nearby Farringdon. Taking in the nearby market town of Alton, where Jane and her sister Cassandra would go shopping. Fittingly, Jane is buried in Winchester Cathedral, and next to her grave is a permanent exhibition outlining the author's life and death in Hampshire. And while a flavour of the novelist's life and her books can certainly be gained from visiting the places that inspired her work, nothing beats reading her immaculate prose, which remains a pleasure 200 years on. So let's have a look at these photographs. Above left here, Bath will host a series of Pride and Prejudice procession of curious magpies swooped down onto the roof to watch him work, as his hands move with speed and precision between tools, and more straw is cut and expertly set in place. The thatch spreads like a carpet covering the roof space. As sixth-generation thatcher, he says that this ancient craft is in his genes. The Shelleys have lived and worked as thatchers in Essex for more than 200 years. His great-great-great-grandfather Henry, who was born in 1807, in the village of Hockley, where Paul still lives, was the first to take up the trade, and a son from every generation since has followed in his steps. I grew up watching my Uncle Stephen and my grandfather work, says Paul. Before I started school, I knew that I wanted to be a thatcher like them. I was fascinated by the craft, although I think back, then part of the appeal was climbing ladders and standing on rooftops, always an attraction to a young boy. I was keen to learn, and my grandfather started by showing me how to thatch small items. As I got older, I spent weekends and school holidays helping my uncle and grandfather, Listed buildings with thatched straw or reed roofs cannot be altered, so maintenance is necessary every 12 to 15 years, meaning Paul is always busy. Today works 5 days a week, thatching houses, cottages, barns and smaller summer houses around the Essex countryside. An average-sized roof takes around 6 to 7 weeks to thatch. Thatching doesn't feel like work, says Paul. I come to work on a Monday morning equally as happy as when I leave on a Friday evening. My work is very rewarding. Seeing the pleasure my work can bring to my customers is wonderful. I can imagine it's great in the summer, but maybe not so appealing in the winter. It's not an easy job because I have to battle the weather. Ah, there you go. You see, that's what I said. And often my back aches from the constant bending and lifting. I work all year, even in the coldest temperatures, and often have to sweep snow from a roof. If it's raining, I keep going until I'm soaked. So, yeah, you'd have to really want to do this job, I think. Of the numerous thatches carried out by Paul, he says his most memorable is working on the oldest thatched cottage in the country. The cottage had been damaged by fire, so it was a full restoration job. I was really proud of how it looked after I'd finished work. As well as locally sourced straw, Paul also uses reeds grown in Norfolk for thatching. They're traditional and they're the best, he says. Norfolk reed has such a waxy feel, you know it's going to last. It's the best quality reed in the world. I do different types of thatching for different buildings depending on whether it's a long straw thatch or a Norfolk reed thatch. Long straw is cut to shape while Norfolk reed is dressed or parted into shape. The ridge at the top of the roof is where each thatch differs most to the untrained eye. There are various styles of ridging, and each customer chooses what they want. Paul mostly does block wrap over ridges where the straw is built up and cut to form a visible block ridge with patterned edges. There are numerous traditional patterns that can be used with block wrap over ridges. You can have straight lines interrupted by triangles, scallops with a loop or point finish, and alternating straight lines and semicircles. I'm mostly asked to do scallops with either a loop or point finish. Straw pigs or birds on roofs are a West Country tradition, and I don't get asked for them very often. There's no rural meaning to them. They serve no purpose other than to look decorative. With many age-old crafts once again becoming popular, Paul is hopeful that a new generation of thatchers will emerge. Right now, there aren't many young lads wanting to thatch, he says, but this may change and I would definitely recommend it. There is always work, and it's great for those who enjoy being outside. I intend to keep thatching until I'm unable to climb onto a roof. If I won the lottery tomorrow, I'd still thatch. I get immense satisfaction from finishing a roof, standing back and looking at it. It's a great feeling to know I've done all that myself, with a few tools and my own hands. This is my passion, I enjoy it enormously. Recently my eldest son Ethan, who is 8, told me that he wants to be a thatcher. If he doesn't change his mind, I'll train him when the time is right. Perhaps he will be the 7th generation of Shelley thatchers. It would make me castles glows gold, and the heather deepens to a dusky shade of purple. There are deer, badgers, and bats, and at this time of year eagles fly and salmon leap in the streams. With the arrival of October, wild geese fly in from Scandinavia and the Arctic Circle to settle for the winter. There is also a place of castles and ruins. Rivers, forests, is not well known. This may well change, however, thanks to an imaginative project to commemorate the battle's 500th anniversary on the 9th of September. So remember, that was 2013. The Flodden 1513 Eco-Museum, described as a museum without walls, aims to raise awareness of the battle's importance in British history, linking 12 sites from across Northumberland, the Scottish borders and Edinburgh, places with a strong connection with Flodden. Now, in this picture here, so there's a cross, so that's a memorial to those who died at Flodden. Yeah. Artisan foods and crafts in the region also have a strong sense of history. At Letham Hill in Ettle, close to Flodden, the Great Northumberland Bread Company, that looks like some of their bread. From the home of Matthew and Zoe Rawlings, produces handmade loaves using wood-fired ovens, traditional recipes and locally sourced ingredients, including homegrown beetroots and potatoes and wild woodland garlic. At nearby Heather's Law, here it is, where a mill has been operating since the end of the 13th century. Stone ground wholemeal flour is still being made. People drive miles to buy our flour, says head miller Julia Nolan. We use a top quality grain and we don't add to it or take anything away, so you get the full taste. Bread made from our flour has a nuttier flavour than you'd get with your ordinary white, and a much deeper taste experience. It's bread with a character. Not far from the Rawlings is the Maxwell family's North Doddington farm, producing cheeses and ice cream with milk from their 290 dairy cows. They're one of a number of artisan food producers in this area, which also has a thriving arts and crafts scene. One of its main attractions is Otterburn Mill, a wool mill with a long proud history which was founded in the early 19th century. The mill began as a cottage industry, converting wool fleeces from local farmers to yarn, then sending it to hand-loom weavers to produce blankets and cloth. The first power looms were installed at the mill at the start of the 20th century, and by the 1930s, isolated farms and pretty villages. The area is also home to many highly regarded artists, attracted by the region's inspiring scenery and its quality of light. The Crown Studio Gallery in Rothbury is owned by Linda Taylor. There she is. A painter and her husband Graham, who recreate ancient pottery for museums. I don't have to go very far from home to find inspiration, says Linda. It's a dynamic landscape with big skies, and you can watch the clouds moving and casting shadows that articulate the landscape and reveal the underlying form. Those colours change minute by minute. I have a long list of scenes I like to paint, but my favourite is Corby's Crags near Alnwick. Looking across the landscape, there are the Cheviots in the background, as well as manicured fields, distant farms, villages and the lower hills. This is a fascinating part of England and so very beautiful. Ewan Pringle agrees. When people discover this area, they want to keep it to themselves, he says. It's a secret kingdom which offers a wonderful quality of life to those of us lucky enough to be here. It really is a gorgeous place. I had a fantastic week there. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Hope you enjoyed joining me for that little whispered read of those articles. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers. I shall see you very, very soon. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers. I suppose this is like a follow-on video from the one that I posted a couple of days ago. I was going to go through a couple of these landscape magazines, but I only managed to go through one of them. So this one is for October 2021. So I thought we'd take a look at this together. Now the other thing I'm going to have to do, because as I told you in my last video, I've got a cold, and so I'm going to have a cough sweet best of the season to inspire and admire the legend of a giant. Let's see what this says. An ancient pinnacle of rock stands high in isolation against an undulating landscape, bathed in the mellow light of autumn. Known as the as the season's beauty takes hold. Beads of colourful berries erupt among the greenery to bring a glow to luscious arrangements. I love the colours in that picture. Loads of berries. 2 centimetre gap between each roll. Cover with a clean tea towel and leave to rise for 30 minutes. Beat the egg in a small pot, then brush the tops of the rolls with it. Bake for 15 to 20 minutes until golden. Allow to cool, then serve halved and toasted with butter. Oh, I love tea cakes. I've only ever made them once. They were very nice, even if I do say so myself. This is a farmhouse fruit cake. That looks lovely. And that's got cinnamon and dried mixed fruit. So I guess you could put what you wanted in there. It says dried fruit, dates and milk. Yum. Oh, a soup. Pumpkin and Stilton soup. Oh, that sounds like a great combination. I love Stilton cheese. Yum. Look at the colours of those pumpkins. I love that purpley blue colour. Mighty grandeur on golden shores. Where is this? With its rugged hills, ancient fortresses and streets full of old world charm, the Northern Lake District from Penrith to Keswick is mesmerising under autumn's cloak. Isn't that gorgeous? Let's read about this place. The sun has not yet risen over Ullswater in the Northern Lake District. Mist drifts in long, slow clouds over the lake, which is as still as frosted glass, and flocks of gulls and grey-lag geese roost on the water, quiet for now. The fells enclosing the lake are cloaked in blue, but as the sun rises it casts them in bronze. Striking the tops first, the rays move down the slopes, illuminating the rusty, falling bracken and stands of trees, some already in full fox red, others of faded green. From somewhere out of sight, deep in the hills, comes a bellowing groan. Silence sinks across the scene before an answering roar rebounds across the lake. It is October and the red deer rut is underway. 6 miles to the northeast in the market town of Penrith, there is neither sign nor sound of the deer's annual competition. Here, pigeons trot and peck at the paving stones around the clock tower. There. As the first rays glint off its iron finial spires, as the sunlight warms the crumbling red sandstone walls of Penrith Castle, a slight gust of wind shakes the leaves of the trees and a few of them fall to the grass. A bright autumn day is beginning. So on the map there is Penrith, Brougham Castle, not quite sure how you pronounce that actually. rivers across the country, protect communication lines, guard river crossings, and suppress native tribes. Penrith lies at the meeting of these routes, with the present A66 to Scotch Corner still largely following the route of the old Roman road. When, after 300 years, the Romans withdrew, tribal peoples reasserted their place on the land, gorgeous colours. Wow, look at that waterfall. Says Falls is especially spectacular after heavy rain, when morning sunlight slants through the mist to cast hazy rainbows against the dark, damp rock. Beautiful. School of Art, where she started to work in clay, which was generally considered unsuitable for a woman at that time. Since marrying, Mary had almost stopped painting, perhaps feeling lost in George's shadow, although she maintained a passionate interest in design and architecture. Now the couple offered to give the parish a mortuary chapel in loving memory of all who find rest near its walls, and for the comfort and help of those to whom the sorrow of separation remains. George financed the entire project, but as he was always keen to stress, Mary was the artistic driving force. By 1895, in collaboration with architect George Redmayne, she had planned the structure of her chapel, a round church. Intersected by a cross of faith. Here she was drawing on a tradition of round churches that flourished in England between the 11th and 14th centuries. Look at that wonderful decoration. Although the design of the building is clever, with the short transepts giving the impression within of incredibly thick walls, it is the decoration that fascinates. Mary used a language of symbols to appeal to the deep-rooted emotions and experiences she felt connected, everyone, and depicted the spiritual journey which all must undertake. Many of the images are based on the Bible and are easily recognisable, but others are more enigmatic. She drew inspiration from early Christian art found on Celtic tombs and crosses, from illuminated manuscripts such as the Book of Kells, from Viking carvings, and medieval tracts such as those of the English hermit Richard Rolle. Wow, look at that doorway. That's amazing. And then this is the interior. A shaft of light sets the gold embossed detail aglow. A hierarchy of angels covers the ceiling, with 4 seraphim dressed in red positioned closest to God, surrounded by 7 discs representing essential human virtues such as courage, justice and truth. And there she is, with husband George. Circa 1894 to 5. this is Kate and the Library of Whispers, and today we're going to take a look at this landscape magazine, The Beauty of British Country Life. Now this is the November 2021 edition. It's got a gorgeous cover, these three lovely candles in the middle, and then this kind successive Cavendish generations have made their mark on the gardens, following the footsteps of her grandparents, who spearheaded the original move to open the gardens to the public in 1949, and her parents, Lord and Lady Cavendish, both passionate gardeners. Lucy Cavendish and husband, Tor McLaren, picked up the baton in 2014 and now sides of the tin using the back of a metal spoon, then sprinkle with the extra cranberries and mix peel. Chill the fudge overnight. Remove the fudge slab from the tray and dust liberally with icing sugar and cut into 36 squares. I wonder how long that lasts. I suppose you'd have to make it fairly quickly if you're going to give it a situated in the bustling Saturday marketplace, and an historic town hall, fashioned from limestone and napped flint in a checkerboard pattern. Among more than 400 listed buildings in the town are fine old merchants' houses, with crooked walls and timbered facades, which reach down to the river along quaint cobbled lanes, richly evocative of another time. There are glimpses of grand courtyards through imposing gates and arches, and numerous plaques telling stories of the influential personalities who have lived here over the centuries, shaping the town's fortunes and its appearance, with their culture, wealth and interests. King's Lynn was originally known as Lynn, that's Lin, the Celtic word for lake or pool, on account of the estuarine lake which originally covered the area, a meeting point for various major road, river and sea routes, became an important base for local and overseas trade, exporting wool, corn, salt and cloth, and importing wine, timber and luxury goods. In 1101, Bishop Herbert the Lossinger of Thurford had established a settlement between the Purfleet and the Millfleet rivers. A small thriving town quickly grew, and in 1204, following a charter from Bishop John de Grey of Norwich, it became known as Bishop's Lynn or Len Episcopi. Well, there you go. That's pretty. That is, says curving from Queen Street into the Saturday marketplace. The view of the Trinity Guildhall and Minster opposite is all the more stunning for its architecture. And there is St Margaret's Moondial. Faces towards the quays so ships' captains could see when the next high tide would arrive. Looks like there's a whaling tradition as well there. Now, who is that? Photos of an elegant Minster town. That's an article inside. Heritage tiles fired from the earth, and the joys of a well-stocked pantry. So I've got my coffee. Now this is pretty much my go-to coffee these days. It's a decaf, Dow Egbert's coffee with oat milk. abrasions caused by their tongues. And also an adder is a snake, isn't it? So, hence adderstone, maybe. Don't know. They're pretty earrings. Wonder what they're made of. See, an olive green pearl nests in a copper cap to create a beautiful piece of autumn-hued jewellery. They are so nice. Only £24. Gorgeous. Oh, lovely picture. This is, let's see, billowing tussocks of shaggy grasses offset, compact rotund box topiary in lower houses, autumn garden in Herefordshire. Right. That's the topiary. Just gonna have some coffee. Gosh, this magazine is full of gorgeous pictures. Look at this one here. So, a view from the wooded slopes over Lower House and past its towering conifer across clipped evergreens to the rolling Welsh landscape beyond. That must be the house. Very pretty. More gorgeous gardens. Must require an awful lot of work though to keep it all looking so spectacular. The garden in November. Just had to trim back a lot of my garden, so it's starting to get quite, when all the leaves start falling off and everything needs to be cleared up and cut back and ready for the winter. Didn't take me long. I've got a very, very, very tiny garden. Ooh, cascading sprays atop lofty stems. It says, weather backlit by low sun, rimmed with frost or standing ghost-like in the mist, grasses bring a new beauty to the garden this time of year. Look at that, that's pretty. It's got like a blue tinge to it. It's called blue oak grass. I'm not going to read the Latin version of it. Or should I? Okay, I'll give it a go. Helictotrichon semper virens. Yeah, that's not a Harry Potter spell. They're pretty. When I see lovely colourful So this is L.S. Lowry, the artist, who must have captured many scenes from Berwick, complete with his signature matchstick men. Oh, that's a nice photograph. A lighthouse. passers-by are encouraged to look at the festive decorations shining through the glass. Throughout the centuries, Christmas has come to symbolise precious time with family and friends, and those absent from the festivities can be missed immensely. Adorning windows with decorations or notes of goodwill have become a theme of life and is particularly prevalent at Christmas, while time spent with loved ones may be on hold. So obviously this magazine came out during COVID and the lockdown that first Christmas of 2020. Windows embellished with glittering festive scenes, candles or tinsel will help to bring the community together so that the spirit of Christmas can continue to be shared. Feels like such a long time ago, but it's 5 years. Oh, look at that gorgeous scene. Isn't that a gorgeous photograph? Highfield Hollies Arboretum in Hampshire celebrates the beauty and variety of the festive plant with its frosted sculptural topiary. That's a picture you'd really want to have a go at painting. Love the blues. Winter frost dusts the outlines of clipped topiary. Above, an ilex granata hedge at Highfield Hollies, Hampshire. I'm not very good at reading Latin names for plants, as you just worked out. That's lovely too. Let's read this. On cold December mornings, the weak winter sun struggles to break through the cloak of fog which rolls down Highland Hollies Arboretum, receding into the valley below, concealing countless rows of holly topiaries in its wake. As the veil lifts, it reveals a wide pastoral valley buttressed by the distant East Hampshire hangers, a ridge of steep-sided scarps which mark the edge of the gentler Hampshire Downs. Highfield Farm, a white rendered workman's cottage built in 1928, once part of a wider gentleman's estate, sits at the highest point of its sprawling 18 acres. The southwest boundary still contains many of the original Arboretum specimen trees collected by 19th century landowners. This is bound by a great Victorian avenue of hornbeams, with Ficus sylvatica, Prince George of Crete, planted among them. Outriders stride into the paddock which divides the woodland from 5 acres of garden and holly plantations. Rare breed sheep graze the ancient pasture, embellishing the bucolic rural setting. Mist-muffled birdsong resonates around the valley. The red kite's unmistakable whistle remains shrill. A backbone of pole and rail fencing confines the sheep to pasture, distancing them from the holly plantations which are home to over 1,000 holly specimens and more than 50 species and cultivars from all over the world. These salt crystals enveloping a glass create intricate patterns illuminated by a glowing candle within. Almost looks like frost. Oh, they're pretty. How to make a crystal holder. Nice. In the garden. Oh look, little travel earrings. They're very cute. Oh, this is what I like. A celebration of flavour. Christmas food. Turkey. Puddings. Let's see what they've got. Oh, glossed with gold. Glazing a roast not only adds flavour but makes it even more appetising when serving for guests over the festive season. We've got treacle and rum glazed gammon, and this is a figgy glazed turkey. So you put 7 figs, 4 tablespoons of sherry, 3 oranges, 1 teaspoon of ground cinnamon, 1 tablespoon of mixed spice, 1 tablespoon of freshly ground nutmeg, brown sugar, cinnamon sticks, rosemary sprigs and bay leaves to garnish. Wow. Let's have a look. How do you make this? Take the turkey out of the fridge 20 minutes before starting cooking and place in a roasting tin so the turkey can come up to room temperature. Preheat the oven to 180 degrees Celsius or gas mark 4. At the bottom of the turkey, where the large opening is, ease a hand in between the skin and the breasts and slide the butter slices inside underneath the skin. Trim 4 figs, then place in a liquidizer with the sherry and the zest and juice of 2 of the oranges. Blend until completely smooth, then transfer to a saucepan. Add the cinnamon, mixed spice, nutmeg and brown sugar, then season with salt and pepper. Simmer for 5 minutes till the sugar has dissolved, then bring to the boil. Halve the remaining orange and place 1/2 within the turkey cavity, setting aside the other half to garnish. Tie the legs together with a kitchen string and brush the entire turkey with the fig mixture. Cover loosely Grease and line a baking tin with baking paper. In a large saucepan, place the butter, white chocolate and condensed milk, and place on a low heat for 5 to 6 minutes, stirring continuously. Off the heat, stir in the cranberries, pistachios and salt. Transfer the mixture to the baking tin and allow to cool. Leave to chill across the skyline, dwarfing the medieval Tudor and Georgian buildings in its shadow. Shoppers, laden with bags, throng the streets of the city's old quarter, treading carefully as snowflakes settle. Brightly lit, small independent shops, painted peppermint green, cranberry red and pale blue, line the straight, steep hill and pale gate, with Christmas trees in festive scene and the cityscape, which is teeming with life. Tower and roof tours are conducted at the cathedral for the duration of the market. Heritage preserved. At the Museum of Lincolnshire Life in Burton Road, sited at the edge of the market area, a Victorian-themed tea shop pops up for the 4-day celebration. Certain areas of the museum are decorated for the season, including the reception and the domestic room, which show what life would have been like in the late Victorian and early Edwardian era. It is a busy time as the museum is the drop-off and pick-up point for the market's park and ride service, so visitors will often enjoy a hot drink and a slice of cake with us before they make their journey home. So, Lincoln Green. A lamppost painted in Lincoln Green on Steep Hill. Other colours such as Coventry Blue and Kendal Green were linked to dyers in English towns. During the Middle Ages, Lincoln was a prosperous Justice, Hugh of Wells, Bishop of Lincoln, was present at the sealing, and he ensured that a copy was brought to Lincoln Cathedral. The text, comprising 3,500 words, is handwritten on a single sheet of parchment. The Magna Carta also stood for 12 weeks. King John detested it This is unlikely, since the first published version of the song in 1780 shows an illustration of 5 rings, fitting for the Georgian period. Peasants have long been associated with Christmas. The males bear a rich chestnut and golden brown plumage with black markings and an iridescent green head, red face, wattling, and a distinctive bold white ring. Females are typically less colourful, with a mottled plumage in buff and black. Both have a long pointed tail with striped feathers. Some suggest that the peasant symbolises prosperity and fertility. A winter wonderland. It's a pretty photograph. Nestled at the foot of Fish Hill, what a great name, Fish Hill, on the western Cotswold escarpment, the village of Broadway in Worcestershire is a famous beauty spot, often referred to as the Jewel of the Cotswolds. As its name suggests, the village is dominated by wide, tree-lined streets packed with independent shops and restaurants. In early December, establishments stay open late on a Friday evening, serving mince pies and mulled wine to excited shoppers. At this time of year, the streets are beautifully decorated and the red chestnut trees along the high street are illuminated by traditional twinkling fairy lights, which glow against the golden Georgian architecture. Sounds delightful. The village is equally magical in daylight, with thatched cottages of warm stone dusted in snow. A 4-mile circular walk takes the visitor from the village up the hill to the fairy tale Broadway Tower, ideal for sledging from, before returning to a cosy fire and the scents of fresh pine and festive spice. Gosh, that sounds so Christmassy. successive owners, and no more so than during the last 3 decades under the stewardship of the Baron and Baroness Sweets, Delanders, Wyborough, Dolph and Caroline. Since 1994, the couple have gradually realised their dream as they embarked on an extensive renovation of the 6-acre garden and woodland, sense of mystery as they appear unannounced on the wintry stage. There are two ways of placing statues, explains Dolph. Either as a focal point around which to design an area of garden, say in the centre of a parterre, or positioned so as to draw attention away from an attractive feature. He indicates a distant telegraph pole that coincides with the end of a long vista flanking the Edwardian glass houses. Since we placed a big statue in front, no one notices the pole, he adds. This is a mushroom stuffing loaf. That sounds nice. So you need puccini mushrooms, wild mushrooms, and button mushrooms, and garlic, breadcrumbs, egg, cheddar cheese, double cream. Look at that. That looks really nice. And with star nozzle. So it says, in a large bowl, mix the chopped butter, strong flour, sugar and ground cinnamon together. Using your fingers and thumbs, rub the butter into the dry ingredients until combined. Mix in the egg yolk and cold water until a dough forms, kneading with one hand to bring it together. Cover the dough in an airtight wrap and leave to chill for 1 hour. In the meantime, in a large bowl, mix together the carrots, mincemeat and walnuts. Preheat the oven to 180 degrees Celsius, gas mark 4, and grease the cupcake tray. Dust a clean kitchen surface with flour and roll the pastry dough out to approximately 35 centimeters square. Using the cookie cutter, cut out 12 circles of pastry, rolling the leftovers out to make enough circles. Line each cupcake hole with a pastry round and divide the mincemeat mixture between them. Bake for 20 to 25 minutes until golden, allowed to cool. In a large mixing bowl, whisk together the softened butter with the icing sugar using an electric whisk for 2 minutes. Whisk in the cream cheese and vanilla paste. Fill the piping bag, fitted with a nozzle, with the cream cheese icing. Transfer the pies to a serving plate and pipe the icing in several peaks on each pie. Chill for 30 minutes, dust with cinnamon and serve. They sound delicious. More lovely things. Look at these. Mincemeat spirals. Oh, they look different. So they've got fruit, mincemeat, marzipan, and looks like the sort of pastry, spiraled pastry, and these are gluten-free tear and share mince pies. That's a good idea. I love the idea of these. I might have to try these. They're great. Let's have some more coffee. Oh, mincemeat cookies. Oh, look at those. Unsalted butter, golden syrup, plain flour, mincemeat, flaked almonds, dark chocolate and baking paper. It says, preheat the oven 280 degrees Celsius or gas mark 4 and line a large oven tray with baking paper. Place the butter and golden syrup in a large saucepan and heat until melted. Off the heat, stir in the plain flour, mincemeat and flaked almonds using a metal spoon. Scoop mounds of mixture approximately 7 centimeters wide and spaced out from each other onto the prepared tray. Bake for 10 minutes, then allow to cool on the tray. Transfer the biscuits to a wire rack with a palette knife. Then remove the baking paper from the tray and place it underneath the wire rack so it will later catch the drips of chocolate. Break the chocolate up into small pieces into a microwavable bowl. Microwave the chocolate for 1 to 1.5 minutes until it can be stirred smooth. Using tongs, dip the bottom of the biscuit into the melted chocolate, then return the biscuit to the wire rack upside down, allow to set, then serve and eat. That looks interesting too, look at that. That is called a fruity frangipan bake. I like those slices. Now Whiskey begins with three basic ingredients: water, barley and yeast. The first step in malting the barley, soaking it in water to essentially trick the grains into germinating. This releases all the natural sugars and enzymes required to make a great whiskey. Heat is then applied to dry the barley out and to halve the germination process before it progresses too far. This stage is known as kilning. I think that's how you pronounce that. Traditionally done under the iconic cupola or pagoda roofs that make distilleries so aesthetically pleasing. If a fuel source such as peat is used in the kilning process, a smoky, peaty flavour can be achieved. Glenlivet receives 530 tons of malted barley each week, which is put through a 3-roller Swiss-made Beulah mill to crush it into a coarse flour called grist. The grist is placed in a large steel mash tun with hot water to break down the starches into soluble sugars. The leftover barley from this process is referred to as draff, and this byproduct is usually fed to cattle. The cooled, drained, non-alcoholic liquid that remains is known as wort, and this is placed inside wooden wash packs, usually fast vats crafted from Douglas fir. Yeast is added so the fermentation process can begin. At this stage, the mixture is called wash. The yeast produces alcohol and carbon dioxide, with the resulting liquid tasting similar to a light beer. The wash is placed within copper stills for distillation, heated within 78.3 degrees Celsius, the boiling point of alcohol. And because alcohol evaporates before water does, the alcoholic vapours rise up the neck of the still into a condenser, where they cool back into liquid form. The condensed liquid produced from the first distillation is referred to as the low wines, referring to its low alcohol content at 20 to 30% ABV, which is nowhere near that of a single malt, so a second distillation is required. The results of the second distillation are split into 3 categories: the head, or foreshots, that contains unwanted compounds, the sought after heart, and the heavy, oilier tails, or feints. Gosh, it's so complicated. Both the head and the tails are returned to the still to go through the process once more. The middle section, the heart of the run, is the desired output, and the stillman makes the cut, pulling levers to decide when the heads stop. The sought after heart begins and ends, and the tails start. A good spirit is often approximately the 70% mark. This spirit is then placed into handcrafted oak casks. It is these casks that influence much of the colour and flavour the resulting spirit. May be stored in European oak casks, American white oak casks, charred casks, or ones that once held bourbon, wine or sherry, and it may be stored for the minimum of 3 years or for several decades. It might even be moved from cask to cask every few years. Each decision impacts the end result, leading to familiar favourites, new taste sensations, endless experimentation, and a journey by whisky enthusiasts to find the ultimate dram. Well, there you go. You learn something every day. Christmas tree out of your books. Enduring symbol to light up the season. A candle is synonymous with the festive season and its traditions, and its flickering flame has brought comfort and joy into homes for centuries. That's true. I love candles, as you can see. Although it's just slightly out of shot there. More coffee. Let's have a read of this. The tiny country church is in darkness as the first few snowflakes gently begin to fall, alighting on the path to the stone building. Inside all is hushed, all is peaceful, but there is a sense of expectation. Suddenly, at the back of the congregation, a single candle flares out in the gloom, the flickering ephemera of its tiny flame, creating a bright golden focal point. The mittened hand that holds it is just visible as it carefully positions the candle, offering its light to the next shadowy person in the pew. Another flame shines out, then another, gradually along the pews and moving forward to the front of the church. More and more candles are lit from that first solitary flame. The lime-washed walls are enlivened by leaping shadows. Sparkling eyes watch the light as it grows, and a soft murmur of joy fills the air, mingling with the rustle of hymn sheets. And now the whole church is ablaze with the magic of shimmering candlelight. The first Christmas carol is announced, and the joyous season of Advent is underway. Although tiny, the metaphorical warmth of a flickering candle is uplifting, both emotionally and spiritually. For many different faith traditions, candles have long been symbolically significant. In Christianity, they have been used for centuries to represent Christ, the light of the world. Additionally, they are lit at Advent, often in in-house windows, as a representation of the Star of Bethlehem, guiding the Magi. Candles at Advent. The use of a candle to represent the guiding star is thought to be one of the earliest links of candles with Christmas and dates from the Middle Ages. This probably gave rise to the tradition of Advent candles in an Advent wreath, a symbolic part of Christian Advent services. The wreath, which is usually placed near the front of the congregation, holds 4 candles, surrounding a 5th central candle. On the first Sunday in Advent, 1 candle is lit. Each pillar of light depicts something different. Other varying sources give different interpretations. The 4 candles generally represent hope, peace, joy and love. On the second Sunday, another candle. represent the fall seasons, while the fruit, nuts and sweets delicately speared. Here thereon give us the fruits of the earth. In the early years, it was generally thought that the complexity of the Christingle's construction might put people off observing the tradition, but this has proved not to be the case. There is conjecture about the origin of the word Christingle. Some think it may be an anglicised version of the German Christ Kindle, meaning little Christ child. Alternatively, it may be an amalgam of Christmas and ingle, an old Scottish word for fire, thus implying Christ light. A major part of Christmas is the Christmas tree, which lit candles were originally used to decorate, although the fire risk was substantial. Yeah, I can imagine. Eventually, electric lights were invented and replaced candles.